All right, everybody, good morning. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, November the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see my screen in our main room. Somebody do that for me in YouTube also. If you can just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Anybody who's in YouTube right now. Guys, yeah, this password reset, it has to be done. Okay, so don't ignore it. I understand it's a pain, but it has to be done. So don't ignore the email, okay? It is not a scam, in case you are wondering. All right, not a lot of things up, guys. This OpenZ, I can't. It doesn't even load into Trade Ideas for or into Interactive Brokers for me. Obviously, something to do with Open Door Technologies. I'm looking to see if it's an ETF, maybe. And there's an Open L, but I'm looking at Open itself, the stock itself. I don't see any move really. So if we just thank you very much, Cedric and Shadan, if or Shadan, sorry. So if you discount this one, okay, because I can't even open this, can't trade it, open Z. Not much is happening in terms of. I mean, normally we see some stocks that are up 100, 200, 300% in this window here. So discount that one. Even that one's only up 63%. So what do we have? We have KISS, KSS. This is an earnings play. Coles is an earnings play. Nice move. Nice move for Coles. SYM. This is an earnings play. SYM is an earnings play. Lanai is not. LNAI is not an earnings play. They had some news. Immune cell therapy shows tumor regression. I think this pancreatic pancreatic cancer. So that is the deal with LNAI. A lot of volume already, 25 million. I have a price alert right here. I want to see how well this holds 150. I know that the next high is not that far away, but that range. Yeah, the next high is not that far away on the weekly chart. However, this news it seems to be sustaining. The high was 170. When I say sustaining, it hasn't given up most of the gains yet. So I'm really interested in this Lanai to see right off the bat if it this might be one of those exceptions that I take a trade early. Might be, depending on what it does. Pony from yesterday. This was a really nice one from yesterday that I did not take. Look what it did. It closed right at the high yesterday. And it's an earnings play today. Now, the 200-day moving average, pretty close now, getting closer, I should say, 1467. So, it's at 14 right now. So 1467 could stall it. But yeah, this was a nice one. When I say nice one, this came from the gap scan. And when I say nice, I mean it closed right at the high. So it didn't have a lot of these stocks. You'll see the bar, you'll see a high, and then you'll see that it really sold off. And not in this case. This closed basically right at the high of the day for Pony and released after hours. No, I'm sorry, they did not release after hours. They released this morning, earnings this morning. Somebody, it looks like somebody knew something. Okay, Sarepta, SRPT. This is having a little bit of a pop here now. Obviously, in fact, you have to do this. You have to put a price alert around 2017 and see if it takes that out. Okay, it's close because if it does take it out, your next high is way up here, almost 25. The FDA approved Sarepta's Endeavor Cohort 8 to test, enhance, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so they did have some news. Do not see a big disaster today, William. No biotech disaster that I can see. SPY is basically flat to start the day, basically flat. We had a nice day yesterday, of course. In fact, you got to say the least, that SPY was almost up 10 points. Qs were up 15. So yeah, we had a great day yesterday. close near the highs. So we're basically flat right now. So we have one more day of continuation. Yeah, A&F is earnings. Sorry, I was going to get to that one. It's on my list. A&F is also an earnings play right here. And I guess they were good. Here's the synopsis. So yeah, I can say I guess they were good. The market's reacting that way. So was that you, William? Or are you kidding? Are you just kind of kidding? Yeah, because look at A&F. I mean A&F, and it closed at the low of the day. Mm. Oh, okay. I thought you were tongue in cheeking it. Another earnings play, guys. I'm bringing this one up because it's been very active, and that is the Fluence FLNC up 10%. Fluence is up 10%. A lot of looks like a lot of resistance around the 1840 mark. But this has been a super active stock over the last few weeks. I'm looking for another one. I thought, oh, here's the Digital Ally, another super active. Great. Well, okay. Did it have a great day? It got up to 147 and closed. Okay, it wasn't a huge pullback. Is it really? Is Best Buy earnings today? Really? Didn't see it anywhere. It is November 25th pre-market. Mixed reaction so far. Yeah, got up to 78, down to 74. So kind of a very choppy reaction so far to earnings. And here's a more expensive one. Keys, a lot of earnings plays here. The reason we're seeing them is that remember, I only have the top 15 stocks here, top 15 in terms of the close from yesterday. Well, the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. And again, it's an odd day. I have to discount this one. It's an odd day when you don't see a stock that's up 100 or even 200% in this window. Anyway, this is another. Where are you? Keys. Yeah, Keys is an earnings play. More expensive. Probably an all-time high. Not quite. Not sure where the all-time high would be, but it's not quite an all-time high. Well, maybe it is when you. Yeah, because remember, we don't look at. And I think most do not look at pre-market or after-hours pricing. This could be. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah. So this is not an all-time high. It looks like probably this over here, 209, back in December of 2021, but certainly up there. And that is Keys. Google up huge. Okay, I don't see Google at all outside the price range that I look at, but let's take a look at Google. Yeah, it's a pretty big move, 11%, or sorry, 3% with that sort of a float on the Meta news. So what was the Meta news? So Meta's up also. This is the weirdest thing, I saw this last week. My headlines from Interactive Brokers. I'm now getting, I don't know, German and all sorts of other languages in here, Spanish. So Google in talks to offer its AI chips to Meta. Okay, so that is the news. Okay. Well, we talked about this last week, but I really think that Google has got a real winner on its hands with Gemini. I just got a note to saying that the Gemini 3 is now available. Okay, Nosh. Well, okay, to explain, now you don't have okay, first of all, you should okay, you can download all the scans and take a look at them, but I wouldn't have them all up and running. You'll have too much coming at you, okay? But yeah, if you give me, probably half an hour or so, and I think I saw a question about my single stock window. Single stock windows are customizable, okay? Just customizable. I mean, these are just filters. That's all they are. They're just filters. This is what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay, if that makes sense. How come my chart still shows yesterday's close? What chart are you talking about? IQ. Remember, it's possible that you haven't. If you right click on a chart, and you go to properties. If you want to see pre-market and post-market, you have to have those checked. So it's possible you don't have them checked. Okay. So if you right click on a chart, go to properties, show pre-market, show post-market. You got to check them. Okay. Bingo. Good. And don't forget to save your work. To save your work. Make a change like that. If you exit trade ideas without saving, then that change will not be remembered. But Nosh, the other thing, just quickly, okay? Anything that you load for me, if you right click and click on configure, right click, okay, click on configure, and then click on summary. It's going to tell you what it's looking for. Of course, everything is customizable. What I want to see doesn't absolutely have to be what you want to see. Okay, so that is sort of typical of when you have a scan or a top list window. You right click, configure, summary, and it's going to tell you what it's looking for. Well, that's it. Just any scan. I'm just picking this one. Yeah, no, you unfortunately, I don't know what it's on surf mode, okay? IQ. So if you want to get rid of it, if you see there's a toggle or right here it says idea serving paused, okay? And this is a toggle, continue idea surfing or check it to get rid of it. And if you don't want it, what you should be able to do is go to tools and then options and then where it says enable idea surfing, uncheck it and then save it. When you say you can't see my screen. Any particular reason why not, Nosh? Maybe you have to change browsers or Sim is another earnings play, guys. Not, I was going to say semantic. Symbiotic. SYM is an earnings play. Is BABA an earnings play? I don't see it. Let's see. BABA. Just outside the price range, so that's why I'm not seeing it. Well, right now the reaction is good. We see Bitcoin's taking a bit of a hit. Had a nice run yesterday, but it's off a couple thousand right now. Oh, this scan right here, the one I'm showing, it's called pre-market actives up. So all this is on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in there. And you click on my homepage link, scroll down, my scans, view scans, and here they are. Okay, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So here are the two. And I'm going to switch at about 10 minutes from now. I'm going to switch to my 9:30 layout. Ah, okay, okay. I see. Yeah, I might have to. It depends how you want to see it. Okay, so what you're seeing is the grid format. This is the old, not the old, people still, some people still like to see it like this, okay? And if you wanna see it in this format, if you right click and show tree map, okay? Right click, show tree map, okay? Then you'll get it in this. I've kept it in the grid format just because, some people just like to see it in a grid format. I personally like it like this, okay? And that's the same with the other one. Just a different way. I mean, I like it because it's sort of front and center. It's not boring like like the grid format, but I mean, it's the same principle. These are the top ones, because I've sorted on the change from the close, and it can be yeah, in our YouTube room, it can be toggled to a race mode also. All races, all races, and all tree maps start off with a top list window that you construct, with your parameters, and then you can launch the real time. You can launch the real time stock race from there. Yes, Dean. I don't. I don't have any races. I'm sharing a couple of races. This one, large cap gainers, and the other one, biggest gainers from the start of the race. If you loaded this, I mean, you can have them running in the pre market if you want. I just have gone back to just having a tree map and then two other scans, no races. Here's one that's starting to move, guys. See, wow, CETY starting to move is right. CETY starting to move. The secures $10 million battery energy storage project in New York. Okay, so that is the that's the reason for the jump. CETY. Other one that started right around $1. Probably a low float, 3.4 million in the float. Okay, Lanai is still holding that 150 mark. Well, I'm trying to give it up a bit here. So this is probably a symbol name change. I don't think this is not an IPO from last month. I think probably was a symbol name change. I mean, it looks like an IPO because there's the monthly candle, only one. But I'm pretty sure this must be a symbol name change. Look at the position and lifetime range. You cannot IQ. It cannot be done. Question get hopefully maybe down in the future, but you cannot set an alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. Now, if you want, you can go to new. If you click on new from the toolbar, yeah, I mean, as I've explained many times, I mean, the way I use it, I don't really. I mean, if I happen to click on an alert and it's something I want to take, or on a symbol and it's something I want to take because I look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly and I think there's room. I like the pattern, and there happens to be a buy flag. Fine, but more than likely I'm not seeing a buy flag. But then what happens is the wave keeps me in the trade longer than ever before. Okay. Anybody else? Not YouTube. I'm pretty sure YouTube is fine. But did we lose the audio in the main room? No, it's just saying you can't hear. Nope. Okay. Okay, so as far as you can go, if you click on New from the toolbar, okay, and then go down to Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer. This box is going to pop up. You right click on it, and another box, and hover over Select Strategy. Another box is going to pop up. If you go all the way down to the bottom where it says Trade Wave, another box pops up, and then you click on Trade Wave Buy 5 minutes. These are actually scans that will show you a buy flag. Okay, you cannot you cannot uh, adjust anything in here. Okay, okay. You cannot adjust anything in here, but the volume is always going to be fine. Okay. You mean for GGLY? Yeah, you see a buy. Now, does it mean you hop into the trade? I mean, it's just showing you there's a buy flag. Okay. Okay. So that's now how and if you trade it is going to be up to you. But you can have this up and running, and you notice that the last there was one at 7:40 and then 8:45. Now, once the market at 9:30, typically you'll start to see them every 5 minutes, but sometimes there will be gaps if nothing meets the requirements, the filter requirements that are in. And don't ask me what they are. I have no idea. Okay, this was created a long time ago. Okay. AMTM guys, here's another one to talk about. Not It's an earnings play. Yes, AMTM is an earnings play. Momentum, a momentum, and it is no, it's not a lifetime high. No, not even close. But it's an earnings play. Not a low float, 196 million in the flow. So that is a nice move. Trading higher after the company, oh, we know it's an earnings play, reported better than expected Q4 financial results. The main room is open today, yes. Rivera. Couldn't log into the main room, really. You're in the main room now. Now, hmm, hmm. I wonder why you guys are having. Yeah, I hope it's something to do with this password reset. But I didn't think that had anything to do with. All right, maybe try this. Anybody in YouTube who's having a problem? Okay, Go to my homepage. I hope this is okay. Time is it now? 9:25. I've got to get my layout up and running. Let me see what happens when I do it. Okay, so if you go down to the trading room, oh, that's not good. I don't know why. Yeah, I've got the dev guys looking at that. Yeah, shoot. Well, I've let them know, guys. Sorry. Now there is another way to get into the room. Well, William, there was something, people who had Centerpoint, they were getting messages saying, give us some money and all this sort of stuff. And it looked like it was coming from Trade Ideas. And it certainly wasn't. And this was happening three weeks, a month ago. And it seemed to persist. So I think that's why they're doing all this. We never asked for money. Like, we're not a brokerage. Yeah, we had so many emails coming in, so many emails coming in saying, "Is this for real? Is this for real? Is this for real?" And some, unfortunately, got nailed. So, okay, YouTubers, if you can't get in, try this link here. Okay, I think this will work. Okay, to get into the room. Thank you. Thank you, Dwayne. Okay, normally I bring up another screen here, guys, but it's 9:29 already. Well, in fact, it's 9:30. Well, let's have a great trading day, trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm waiting for my gap scan to produce. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45, and that is by design. My design, okay. Here's the Fluence guys, FLNC. A little quick pop. So you're going to get some action in this compare count window. I call it. It's called the compare count window. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. SGML a pop here, guys, and all this is early. 172. Wow, it's got room. And 172 is the next high looking left. BMNR. This is the Ethereum play. BMNR. So far, Lanai is not doing anything. It's still hanging around the 150 mark. Give me a moment. Well, starting to fade. Not shortable. There are shorts available. Well, not many. 5,000 shares available. Interactive brokers. This I must have put a set alert yesterday for this BLFY. Taking out the high. It's too early though for me to KISS, guys. KSS. This is an earnings play. KSS is an earnings play. Not KISS. I know it's Coles, but easier to short form it. PMCB. PMCB. So here's a cheap one, guys. For those of you who don't mind playing the stock or trading stocks that are under a dollar, this one is trying to move a bit. What was that one? Man, my memory. It started with an I yesterday, got all the way up to 3. I think it closed under a dollar yesterday. I didn't. INHD, right? Thank you, Obi. Let's take a look at INHD. I think talk about a give it all up. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's disgusting. So got up to 345 and it closed down here at 46 cents, 48 cents. All right, let's take a look at the opening 5 minute. We're not quite 5 minutes into the market, but we have a blue bar here. So basically we're flat. Now remember, guys, tomorrow's the last day. There's a holiday market holiday on Thursday. I'm not sure what I'm going to do on Friday, guys. I'll show up. The room will be open. I hate half days. Probably not going to do any pre-market work at all. I might just show up at 9:30. Take a look to see what happens in the gap scan, and that's about it. I really don't like trying to trade half days, but the room will be open. Well, you want to volunteer, Obi? All right, KSS, guys. KSS is, let's see now, KSS. Okay, yeah. So KSS is making not quite a market high. 2077 is the market high. Pre-market high, so it's above the pre-market high. Looks like. So when you say, "Are you the only one the room is not loading for?" So you're in the room now, 157. So what do you mean by that exactly? You are in the room, so are you talking about not being able to see the screen, or you might have to do a refresh on your browser or change browsers? I have no idea why this seems to happen to people. I've had the same browser now. I'm using Edge. Been using it for several years now. Never had an issue. AMTM, guys, I believe is an earnings play. Yes, it is. AM. Wow, nice pop here. AMTM is an earnings play. Is still on the move here, guys. KSS still on the move. Earnings play near the near the high of the day. NVO. Yeah, a little bit of room for NVO. Healthcare stock. So you're saying opens popping? Well, opens. I don't know what this is. It doesn't look like. I don't know if this is an ETF for open. Does not load into interact. I can't trade this. Does not load into interactive brokers for me. Neither does the open L. Might be warrants. Okay. Yeah, Dean. So if you click on my homepage link, oops, wrong. Just give me a moment. We already have the promos. Okay. Just give me a moment as I find my paste it in the room for you. I go over all this around 10 o'clock, including the scans and things that I'm sharing. But I'll let you know right now. Anybody interested? We do have a. It's not called Black Friday, but I mean it's the promo. I mean you're going to see what I'm talking about. So here are the promos. Okay, using my code. So Barry 30 only if you want a premium annual subscription. Okay. Otherwise, 25% off. You'll get 30% off that. Otherwise, 25% off the other three subscriptions, meaning an annual, monthly premium, a monthly standard, or an annual standard. So you get 30% off a premium annual, 25% off the rest of them. Okay. This was a big one from yesterday. This CGEM, it closed, pretty nicely actually near the high. Starting to fade somewhat right now, and it's a little early for me, but this is really starting to fade. I don't know if this is the reason some officer decided he wanted to sell 4,000 shares. This was released after hours. See the cruisers. I don't think this is not an earnings play. I know it's not an earnings play. CCL, for whatever reason, cruisers are on the move here, guys. So you can see that CCL right at the 200-day moving average. That's the blue line of my daily chart. Right at it. So is this going to actually stall it? The actual number is 2562. So we're at 2564. So it's trying to. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if it can clear it, the next high looking left is almost 27. So there's certainly room, a couple of dollars to the next high looking left on the daily chart, and that is for CCL. CUK, another variation of it. Let's see if RCL, let's see if all the cruises are moving. Yeah, so all the looks like all the cruise. Well, one more NCLH. Take a look at NCLH. Yeah, all the cruises are, excuse me, doing well to start the day. You wanted to trade BNAD, right, William? Okay, wow, quite a jump here. We don't have it as an earnings play, December 16th, but it looks like what they're doing is they're releasing preliminary results and looking good. Coming into the, well, it's far enough away. The 200-day moving average at 970, so it is far enough away. So what time is it now? 9:41. So at 9:45, that'll be the earliest we'll get some alerts in here, the gap scan. That'll be the earliest. Now, because we have not had a big gap in the market, I doubt that we're going to get too many today. But yesterday we had a lot of excellent alerts from this scan. Somebody said they were waiting on the CETY. Wow, 231 now. Next high looking left. $10 million order for a project in New York City. Not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. And when I say that, it's not that I want to short it. I'm just intrigued to see, because if I don't have shorts, I mean, it's possible. Doesn't mean because I don't have shorts at Interactive Brokers, you guys don't. But yeah, I mean, at some point, if this gets super parabolic, I would have been interested, but I have no shorts. I recall somebody, so I'll give you the credit. Happy FinFan. Good for you. Coming right into, you can see there's the next high in the daily chart, 231. That's where it got to. Okay, BMNR continues to move down, basically with the weakness of, well, if Bitcoin's going down, Ethereum must be going down too. So now, moment of truth. You can see what's happening, sitting right on the 200-day moving average for BMNR. 200-day moving average is, we don't have one. We don't have the 200-day moving average. Has not been trading for 200 days. We have a line here, so this one from yesterday, I still have, I have this one thumbnail. It's the only reason I see it in INSP. Look at this. Look at this one. This was a great one from yesterday also, because look where it closed. Right at the high, and just nice continuation today. Yeah, look at the volume yesterday, 5 million shares, only I don't really know if I saw this one yesterday. Only 28 million shares in the float. It's outside the price range I normally look at. So, all right. So here is the first one, the FLNC. This is a gap up and reversal play. Now, you know me, it's at 15. Looking left, 14.99, 14.52. So it's number one. It's too close to the whole number. I'd like to see it break the whole number, but even if it did, the next low, looking left, is just underneath. So right now, it's not for me, not that attractive. A looking short for me. Yeah. So even if it took out 15, I'm going to put a price alert there. Been a kind of choppy one because look, in the pre-market, it was actually pretty strong. Well, it was positive. Actually, it was very positive. That's up to $19. So that was a pretty positive first reaction to earnings for FLNC. All right. So KSS is hanging in there. The high of the day was almost 21. Now we have a couple of red bars. There's your 940, your 945 red bar. So market is now. I see if there's anything in the economic calendar. There's a lot of stuff now. Anything happen at jobless at 9:45? The non-defense goods orders. Chicago PMI at 10:30. A bunch of Michigan stuff. No, that was yesterday. So I don't know if there's anything that affected the market specifically, but that is two pretty giant red bars now. Okay, for those of you who don't mind the cheap ones, here's one: FMFC on the move, 35%. Not a lot of volume though, only 228,000 shares for a 68-cent stock, but it is on the move. Take a look at it on a daily chart. Work at it. Yeah, it's to me anyway. It looks like there could be. Well, anyway, it's up to you guys. For those of you now, we're getting some more here. Gap up and go. Now, with the market doing this, and it's not an earnings play. It doesn't have news on its own. I think it had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings a couple of weeks ago. A little more difficult to take a gap up and go when the market is all of a sudden doing this. Okay, in my opinion, unless the stock has something very specific to it for the reason for the turn up. To see if up works. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Well, it's SETI. Ooh, good one. 229. Well, that was the one. Low float, 3.5 million in the float. $10 million order, New York City order. All right, guys, I'm just watching this action on the SPY. Another 10 seconds or so for this bar to close. It looks like it's going to close at the low. What's going to happen on the next one? Let me just see. I want to type in the SPY. Sometimes you see try to find some reason. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason coming in. All right, now a reversal play probably will work a little bit better if the market keeps doing this. Okay, a gap up and reverse. So here's the zeta. It's still positive for the day. It is not an earnings play, so I don't. So zeta rises. Okay, so this is a strong Q4 revenue forecast. Okay, they released earnings on November 4th. So what they're talking about is next quarter. Keep an eye on the Lanai guys, LNAI. It's still hanging around that 150 mark. And you can see where the VWAP is. It's at around 153 or so. Let's see if it can clear that and have a move, because this is pretty low float, 15 million in the float. Pancreatic cancer drug wins first license. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but successful pre-IND meeting with the FDA. Now, this is from yesterday. I put an alert for this one at ALHC from yesterday. I can't remember exactly why. So, I mean, this has got a little bit of room. I mean, if the market, I mean, you're right. The market's now putting in a blue bar here, positive bar. The next high looking left for HSAI is around 20. So, say 50 cents away. Now, remember, I use this like a watch list. I mean, so the fact that Fluence came up as a gap up and reversal play doesn't mean I cannot go. Well, I wish I had. This for me is a watch list now, and I could go in the opposite direction depending on what the market's doing or depending what it is doing. So you can see that what happened with Fluence. I mean, 15 up to 16. Sure, don't lose sight of that LNAI. Is hanging around that 150 mark. Yeah, BBWI, for whatever reason, is having a pop. Disaster earnings play last week. There is the high of the day. Excuse me, the day of release earnings. That is the high. So it's at that high. I mean, look, if it wants to keep trying to recover, a bit of a bounce play, obviously there's room. BBWI. I don't see any specific news on it that's causing any sort of reason to take the stock other than just a bounce play. All right, guys. So, yeah, I mean, I may be completely wrong on the HSAI that it could just continue. I mean, it could get close to 20. The market is coming back, though. You're right. Crazy action so far. A couple of big, giant red bars, and one giant blue bar. And let's see what happens. Can we get back to positive, or at least neutral? And Pepe, by the way, my computer sounds are back today. I'm gonna I'm gonna ask Gemini why that happens. Gemini knows all. I will. Okay, so here's a pullback now for CETY guys. Here's a pullback now. You can see and it actually got above that high. That red line, that is the next high of on a daily chart. It got above it. So it's pulling back into the well, here's your William, there's your BNED. When I call it, it's your BNED. You mentioned it. I don't know if you're in it or not, but yeah. So this is again, I refresh my memory here. They have earnings on the 16th, but they're basically releasing preliminary data. All right, even Kiss. And now this could get interesting for me also if it takes out 21 guys. There is the high in the monthly chart, 2139. So there is a high right here, 2139. So that is sort of preventing me from doing it. Wow, here's a nice one. I did not see this one from our AI. SYM, another earnings play. Actually, we got three nice ones from our AI. That's what I'm talking about right here. All positive. Sim, SYM, Kiss, and BNED's had a little pullback, but so the VWAP is yeah, it's sitting right on the CETY, sitting right on the VWAP right now, guys. Will it hold it? Can it hold it? Really? Yeah. You know what, William? Yeah. I mean, I know we've said this before, but There's still a lot of companies that release earnings outside of classic earning season, companies that, we're certainly aware of. Look at Adobe, Dell, even NVDA last week. I mean, outside of the classic earning season area, I mean, which is nice. Okay, Upwork. I want to watch this one now. A little bit of room to the 2050 mark. Okay, guys, UPWK. I wish there were a little bit more room, but this is not bad. Okay, 60 cents or so to the next high. Obviously, want it to hold 20. This is not an earnings play. Okay. Boy, look at the HSAI. Didn't take it. All right, guys, a little pullback now. I'm going to put a price alert a little over $20 and see if it takes it out again. The UPWK. It doesn't have a ton of room. It's not like fabulous or anything, but I'm just looking for maybe something to get involved with. Well, it is 10:03. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. I'll show you the promos that are on right now, promo codes for discounts off subscriptions, and also, of course, the information I'm sharing regarding scans and top lists and compare count windows, etc. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, here is my homepage link. Yeah, this is yeah, look at this now. So we had two nice big blue bars, and now we've got a big red bar coming down again. So pretty choppy action right now, guys. Direction unknown. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, so I went over this a little while ago, but I'll go over it again. So here are the promo codes that we have. So Barry 30, what does that mean? You can get 30% off using that code off a premium annual subscription. Okay, premium annual. Now, you have to know you want to take this program before you do something like that, right? I mean, you have to understand, you probably have maybe a monthly. You've been using the program for a while. Do not hop into immediately a premium annual subscription without knowing anything about this program. You can always go monthly, Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off a premium monthly or a standard monthly or a standard annual subscription. Okay. While I ask, use my code. At some point in time, when if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code that is on my homepage. It will change, of course, from time to time. It helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, a trading room. I mean, they're both trading rooms, but this is call it a little more advanced, a lot more action, a lot more traders in that room, in this room, the trading room, interacting amongst each other. Okay. Want to stay in YouTube? That's fine. But if you're looking for a lot more action, come into the trading room. Now, unfortunately, is this still? Yeah, that's a blank. I'm going to have another link. I'm going to copy the whole thing. Thanks, Dwayne. This link will work to get those of you in YouTube. Okay, this link will work. They have to fix this. So, first of all, let me welcome anybody who's new into the rooms today. Welcome, whether to our YouTube room or to the main room. This is the description of what the format's all about. So in the trading room, Obi in the trading room opens that room at about quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to do it at 3:45. So that's why Obi opens the trading room at he's in the East Coast. Now, I typically leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. I'll always stay later, though, if there are questions. But even when I leave, William in the trading room will keep the room open later. He's already said that he's going to keep it open till about 3:45-ish after I leave. Okay, so even after I leave, this trading room is open. I do have to shut YouTube down, though, completely. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, hopefully this is going to work. The education section, click on more info. Oh, man. Let me see what happens when I click on my links. Well, at least they're there. All right. Well, guys, the education section, I mean, there's some videos you should watch, to get started. Give me a moment. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're okay. Okay, just a minute. I guess we're okay now. I don't know what happened. Maybe they, I was telling them, okay, we're okay. Let me just delete that message I sent to them. Okay, guys, so the link is now working again. That's good. So what I was going to say, you click on if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you're at the top here. Click on the education section and the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, I start off on that second video and go to the last one. And that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. Okay. You can try us for a month and see if you like it. And you can go month to month if you want, or you can take on an annual afterwards if you want. But that's what I would do to make sure you have a basic understanding about what the program is all about. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, for those of you who are new to trading. Okay. Let me see what's happening with this RPD. Do I want to take this one? Okay, guys, RPD, very interesting to me. Why? Well, look at it's got a lot of room. 1571 is the next high looking left. So this is very interesting to me. So back to basics. Okay, again, that's if you wanted to, if you're new to trading, this is again 15 videos and it's all free. Now, my scans, my info. Yeah, this is all to do with this password reset, I guess. Bit annoying, but not much I can do about it. Just give me a moment, guys. See if I can load my link again. And oh man, give me a moment again as I load this link again. All right, the custom scans, please load. Okay, at least they loaded. Give me a moment, please, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now back again. All right, so if you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for the information that I'm like, there are scans, there are races, there are compare account windows, etc. Here's where you're going to find all that information. Okay, a couple of races, the large cap gainers and big gainers, biggest gainers, which has nothing to do with market cap. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. And this is my favorite right now. This is what I'm using almost exclusively to find ideas. is the gap scan right here. Now, I do have a couple other scans. I do not have them up and running. I have a momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. I do not have them up and running. This is what you see is what basically what I have up and running. Really reduce the number of well, I mean, this is technically a scan. This is well, this is a scan too. These are just two competing scans. It's all semantics. So if you have any questions, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. I do apologize. We're having these, because we're getting everybody to reset their password. It's sort of affecting my homepage. See if it's okay again. Okay, now we can do it again, I guess. This is a different look, I think, but looks like that's working again. Yeah. So anybody who's thinking that this is a like a scam email that you're getting from Trade Ideas about resetting your password, no, it is not. Okay, and we're doing it because we had some issues about a month ago. Um, People pretending they were us. So what we decided to do is to get everybody to reset their passwords, make it a lot more secure. Okay. So if you're getting that email, please do not disregard it. I know it's a bit of a pain, but you know, just go through the pain for the day. Yeah, so you can see the upwork now is turned into a gap up and reversal play. So it's really trying to figure out what direction it wants. I guess it's a no go, guys, for the Lanai LNAI. It's really I was I'm disappointed because I thought that could be like another real cheap one that could have a big percentage move, but it is it's giving it up too much now. Okay, let's see. This was a nice one from our AI SYM. Probably, could be coming into a resistance area. Well, Kiss didn't listen to me. I mean, it still keeps moving. There's the high right there, guys. 2139, and it got to 2135. Will that stall it, or does it matter? KSS earnings play. What's the market doing now? So you can see what's happening. The market is sort of definitely in chop mode right now. Blue bar, red bar, blue bar, red bar, blue bar, and right around the VWAP area. I know I mentioned this PMCB guys a little while ago, a cheap one. Wow, it's actually now getting close to a dollar. So again, for those of you who don't mind playing really cheap stocks, when you look at a monthly chart, the next high is 105. After that, 126. Can't see any news on it for the PMCB. Hey guys, I took myself out of the RPD for a little loss here. Did not hold 15. So I'm going to take a look at it again. Really liked it. I thought so. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on it, though. Maybe put a price alert around 15, 13. Yeah, this is a great earnings play for KSS. All right, now I know this showed up on the gap up and reverse Zeta, but you can kind of see it's starting to curl here. If this gets over the VWAP, I may have to go long this one. Zeta ZETA. So the difference I'm seeing for me anyway today versus yesterday, not as much continuation, and which can make a little bit of sense with the market sort of chopping around. Though a lot of these stocks that we see don't care that much about what the market's doing, but not seeing as much. Yesterday we had so many. Well, from this scan here, the gap scan, so many great continuation plays. I'm just not seeing as many today. Kiss would have been one, yes. Yeah, somebody mentioned ANF. ANF is not on the gap scan, but yeah, getting close to that 200-day moving average, 83.26 or so. So it's about what 50 cents away from the 200-day moving average. Ooh boy, guys, this one has a lot of room. NUKK has got a lot of room. Oh, wait a minute. 630. Okay, I'm sorry. 632. 632 is the next high looking left. I thought that was underneath the current price. But if it does get through 632, you've got about a dollar to the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but Boy, I haven't even looked at the halts or zooms today, guys, and they're, usually this is full by now. There's only been one cheap one, halted and resumed. Just goes to show. I mean, I think people are taking off early. So here's AMTM, guys. This is an earnings play. AMTM is an earnings play, and it is the high now of the day. All right, excuse me, RPD is now back over 15. Maybe teasing me to get back into it. It's PMCB now. Yeah, over a dollar. Wow, what a run. 64 cents. This is like the INVD yesterday. IN what was that one yesterday? INHD. Yeah, so low float. So there was some room. Okay, so they sold their stake in something they own, and cash position rising to $20 million. All right. Well, let me take a closer look at this one. The monthly chart, the monthly high is about 125. A little bit of room to the monthly high. Boy, guys, this nuke right at that 632 mark. NUKK. I'm glad I did not try to get into the RPD again. It might turn into a short, guys. Yeah, a lot of shares available, 2 million shares. Let's see if it takes up the VWAP. The VWAP is right here. So I'm going to put a price alert around, say, 1491 and see if it takes it out. I might have to go short. Yeah, ANF is strong, super strong. Abercrombie and Fitch through the 200-day moving average, even super strong. Monthly chart, the next high looking left is 87.30, so has a little bit of room on the monthly chart. What about on the weekly chart? Same, 87.30. So that weekly high is the same as that monthly high of last week or last month. Boy, INSP. Only reason I see it, I have a thumbnail from yesterday. All right, guys. Zeta looks interesting to me. It's just over the VWAP now, a little bit over the VWAP, trying to curl. Let's see if that. I wonder on a 1 minute, on a 2 minute chart, if that has turned blue. And the answer is yes. All right. All right, let's see. We have a little run in this one now that is transition from orange to blue, and that's the Zeta, ZETA. Obviously has room, $19, next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, somebody was talking about Zim just earlier. ZIM. Here's just showing up here. Actually, I'm surprised at how many we're getting today. Okay, so the alert happened in 1878 for ZIM, but I won't take it. Why? Well, because number one, a little close to the whole number, and we do have a whole number. We do have a high just at a little above the high whole number for ZIM. Remember, in my opinion, you should have this up and running also. If you have this gap scan, you should have the companion scan, I'll call it, the don't repeat version. Okay. So you can see where the alerts happened. Okay. Where the alerts happened, the time and the price. And then you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, yeah, I did take the Zeta. Not liking it as much now. It's sort of right where I took it. Was hoping we get into the high 20s, low 30s. It may not. There's the VWAP. It's got to hold the VWAP. If it doesn't hold, I'm out. Yeah, left me behind. Shoot. I got the nuke left me behind. I was you know what I forgot to do was put the price alert, I think, anyway, because I don't recall it popping up on my screen. Well, it did. I don't know why I didn't take it. Oh well. That is a great one. That's what you call continuation. And it still has room. I mean, so hopefully some of you took it. That's too bad. Yeah, I had my price alert set right there. I sort of remember it popping up, but that is my fault. Well, not 100%, Ram. Depends. You know, in this case, I should have taken it. I don't know why I missed it because it triggered. I don't know why I missed it. but not 100% because it all. When I put a price alert, it's because it gets to a level that I'm interested in. Okay, and but for instance, let's say I put a price alert and the stock and I put a let's say I put a price alert here, but then the stock drop, and then it came back later on in the day. Well, it's already gone. It's probably already gone a long way from the low until that price alert. So it may not be something I want. It all depends. It doesn't mean that I put a price alert on something. It means I'm interested at a certain price. It doesn't mean I'm just absolutely 100% going to hop into the trade. I explained that very poorly. So let's just say here, I was looking to take this if it got over 17, and I put a price alert. Okay, I'm interested in at something over 17, but now it just drops, gets down, and later on in the day it takes that out. But it has done it in such a parabolic way that I'm not as interested in it. it if it just held underneath the price and then 15 minutes later it popped through, I'd probably be a lot more interested. But anyway, that's so they're all different. I mean, I just when I put a price alert on something, it's just it's at a price in which I'm interested in seeing if it gets to, and then I make up my mind. Yeah, nuke is the one though. I mean, man, that was absolutely the one. Stitch Fix, SFIX. What is this one doing? Yeah, I don't like it. Why? Well, look at that 200-day moving average right above it. So I don't like it showing up here. Now, Nuke is not a gap. Did not meet the requirements of the gap scan, so that's why it's not in here. Now, remember, guy. Well, I shouldn't say remember. If you've seen this for the first time, But if you've seen this, but you can't quite remember what this is all about, why it says M in the top left-hand corner. This is what we call a multi-strategy window. Typically, multi-strategy windows are used if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've got only one monitor, you have several alert windows on your monitor, and you'd like to put them all into one window. And that's what a multi-strategy window can do. I have lots of screen space, but what I what I like to do is to take similar strategies or scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. And these are all gap scans, okay? And if I right click and I hover over strategies, you can see what they are. The gap up and go. So there's a stock that gapped up, and at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse. At the time of it gapped down, and then it started to reverse. At the time of the alert, gap up and reverse, gapped up, starting to reverse, and then the gap down and go. Gap down, and now understand that when you get the alert, doesn't mean it's absolutely 100% going to continue in the direction. Okay, but at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. It gapped up and it made a new high of the day, and it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep doing that. So these are the four gap scans. Now you don't have to. Now a multi-strat. Notice they're all checked. If you didn't want to see, for instance, if you just want to go long, you could uncheck the say the gap up and reverse, which is a potential short, and the gap down and go, which is a potential short. Now, I don't want to do that. Even if I was somebody who didn't want to go short, some of these turn around though. When I say turn around, well, like the Zeta, like the Zeta Classic. This was a gap down, a gap up, and reversal scan, but I went long it. Okay. So I use this like a watch list, and this is the don't repeat version of this. And I think, I really think you should have that also, so you can go back and see, well, what happened from that alert. All right. Well, now I'm reasonably happy about the Zeta. Now, hopefully, you all took your profit on Nuke because it is on the way down here, guys. So 6.99 down to 6.35. Big, big percentage drop. Yeah, maybe you don't have to mow the lawn, Poe. Your euphemism for I'm getting out of here. All right, Zeta. Well, I'm glad I stuck with it. So you see what I'm saying, guys? Using this like a watch list, just because the idea was to go short this Zeta, I flipped the script on. I didn't get it at 1778. I waited for the 18 break, but it's worked out quite nice for me. That's why I'm saying, using this like a watch list. Sometimes they'll go in another direction at some point during the day. This could have continued down, 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 and then I could have looked and said, you know what? It looks like and it might have started to curl, and then I could have gone long it. Yeah, so you can see that little R line there coming right into a resistance area at some point. I don't know what, I don't know when that happened. Now, okay, talking about a nuke bounce, let's take a look at it. I mean, I'm not a big bounce player, but a lot of you could be or like to only look at bounces. So look at nuke and look at the VWAP. So it's coming into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Yeah. So I mean, look at NUKK is sitting right on the VWAP, guys. The VWAPs are right here, coming right into it. Will it act as support? All right, guy. Well, you know what? Zeta has proven me wrong. I mean, this is actually a nice continuation play. ZETA. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there. That's why I wanted it. There's the next high, $19. Well, I didn't call it, but the gap continuation scan called it. But seriously, guys, I really think, especially if you're new to trading, I'm going to emphasize this over and over every single day. This can turn into just a great watch list for the day. Okay, a great watch list for the day. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to construct it. It's just going to give you a nice watch list of stocks for the day. Tell you, it's nice that when you get a scan that you sort of can't wait to see every single day, it really makes trading a lot easier. Well, not easier. I mean, it makes it so that you really look forward to getting up in the morning and seeing what it's going to give to you. Okay. No, this is not this. That was not a gap up and go. That I said I flipped the script on it. This was a gap up and reverse when I first saw it. The Zeta. Okay, it was a gap up and reverse, but then it gapped up. It was a gap up and reverse, and then reversed. And I liked it because got over 18. And when I looked left, well, it's the same. Well, when you say the same scan, there are four of them in here: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. Okay, so there are four scans in there: gap up and double reverse. Yes, and Zeta was strong. I mean, Zeta was a strong stock. Remember the fact that when it gapped up and reversed, it didn't mean that it was gone super negative or anything. It was still strong. It was still a strong stock. Strong in that it was still positive for the day. This is gonna help me, probably on stocks like that, play the sort of bounce plays that I don't often get into. Maybe I mean, I did not take this one, but that was an excellent one also. What time? 1949? A little more choppy, but I mean, I just think it's, as a watch list, I mean, so much happening, you can create so many different types of scans and trade ideas, and, if you get one that just gives you a nice watch list for the day, that you don't have to do any work. You don't have to do any evening work. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for the alerts to happen. However, speaking of that, SKM, you've given me, I said I would do this every day, and I'm going to. So here's another idea for people. You click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. It just showed up on my other monitor. So these are all theme-based channels. And if I click on the show more, go down to the bottom here, sector status, sector status. But Poe, that one didn't continue. That had gapped down at that had pulled back. Poe, that particular one, the Zeta, it had pulled back. But anyway, so here's the sector status. And this is something that you might want to look at every single day, and that's all you might want to look at. So these are the major sectors, okay? And you can see right now 69% of them are above yesterday's close. So you can see the strong sectors right now. XLV again, healthcare leading the way, materials, etc. I mean, they're not up huge, but I mean that's what that these are the ones leading. And if you scroll down, these are the weak sectors. XLK right now is the weakest sector, tech sector. Okay, so that's how at a glance you can see what the strong sectors are and the weak sectors are. And that's what again the 69% just means that 69% of the sectors are above yesterday's close. But now we can start drilling down into the sectors themselves. So, for instance, how interesting could this be? XLF, very strong. 94% of the stocks that make up XLF are above yesterday's close. Now, it doesn't mean that they're all ripping higher, okay? It just means that, it could be up 0.00001% from yesterday's close, and it'll be here. But look at this 6% or below. That could just be one stock, but scroll down and let's take a look. So here's Schwab. Schwab is the weakest one in that sector. Click on it. I mean, it's not super weak, it's only down 0.7%, but click on it, see what's happening. What if this had been down a lot more? You would say to yourself, wow, something's really happening with that one. Okay. Same thing with the consumer discretionary, XLY. I mean, 98% are up. There's only one probably down for the day. And it's Tesla. Look at Tesla. Tesla's the only one that's down for the day in the consumer discretionary. And on the flip side, look at energy stocks. 85% are down for the day. So take a look at the strong ones. I mean, they're not that. I mean, they're again, as I say, it's only up 0.2%, but at least they're not negative. But you could even go down and say, okay, here's Apache or APA down 2 point. It's the worst performing energy stock. Why? I don't know, but you can click on it and see. You could do that. You could look at this every single day as the only thing you do. Checking out the sectors, seeing what the strong and weak sectors are, and then checking out to see which are the strong and weak stocks within a sector. And then maybe you find a way to trade them. Retail, look at this, 94% are up. What who I mean you can tell, A&F, of course, leading the way, but here's even Urban Outfitters. I mean, these are big moves. But what is down for the day? Why? So yeah, look at Burlington right here, BURL down 9%, 9.5%. So absolutely bucking the rest of what the sector is doing. Sector status is in the docked channel bar, Paul. Docked channel bar. Okay. And the reason I always want to emphasize that is because we still have that stupid channel bar, and I'll call it stupid. I don't know why the company persists in keeping it here. There isn't because if you click on this and then you don't do it, and then you clicked on any one of these channels, what happens is that your layout will disappear. Okay, and that's why we created the dock channel bar. So that now you can kind of surf through these channels if you want to. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so that's why you should only click on the channel bar, the dock channel bar. Okay, not the one that says channel bar. Okay, because look, you can. Oh, look at this. So look at this, guys. We do have a two-time ETF. We got a two-time ETF. So some were asking about can we not have ETFs based on? Now I don't know how many are in here. If it's a complete list, it must be new. I haven't seen this before. Okay. I have not seen this before. Now, I don't know, again, I don't know the extent of the list that's in here. Yeah, I didn't see it yesterday. Yeah, interesting. But anyway, you can see what you can do though. You can surf through these channels and your layout will still persist. Okay, it will not disappear. That's the problem with the channel bar, the old channel bar. Okay, so only click on dock channel bar. Well, that's pretty cool. Give me a moment, guys. I'm following a Slack conversation. Okay, guys. So I'm just checking. So it looks like it'll be Chris. Chris will be doing YouTube again today. Or it could be Steve. Anyway, somebody will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, now let's take a look at Zeta. Mine loads. Mine loads. Dock channel bar. Docked channel bar. I'm going to keep repeating that because I know somebody's going to click on the channel bar and then click on a channel, and their layout's going to go. And so, I mean, it's not the end of the world, assuming you have saved your layout to the cloud. Okay, I mean, it doesn't go for it's not permanent. But anyway, two-time ETF, mine loads. Yeah, I'm just I just don't know how many ETFs there are here. Have they added, and I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question to the guys. Who's responsible for adding all these into the top list? Hmm. It's interesting. Maybe I'm on a development version. Maybe it's only the development version that it's available. Is that possible? Was I ever a teacher or professor? Technically, no. Sunday school. No, no, it wasn't a. Well, I got involved with a company that had a learning center a long time ago, teaching things like Lotus and a long time ago. Multiplan, Word, and so I did teach, if you call it. It was teaching people who were brand new to the product. Okay, guys. Wow. I'm just going to now. I What I wanted to do is show you the wave for Zeta, okay, and why I'm still in the trade. So you can see what happened. This is even on a 5 minute. I was waiting on the. No, I went to a 2 minute to see if the transition happened, and it did happen. It went from orange to blue, and I'm still, I can keep in this trade. Now, I'm aware of the 1850 mark. Just the real basic Lotus, 1, 2, 3. Why was it called 1, 2, 3? Well, you can have charts, you can have databases, and you can have spreadsheets. I actually taught a course in DOS, if you can believe it. Oh, man. Pepe is probably going, "What?" Uh, okay, guys. So I am taking some off of this Zeta. Okay. Now, why I'm taking some off is because now I can kind of hold on and see whether or not it still has, this bar. This, first of all, will this remain blue? The wave. I should actually go to a 2 minute chart just to see. Yeah, it's still blue. No curl down yet. Okay, so Nikki, how do you build a portfolio for long term? Because every time I buy lately, it goes net. Well, you're in a tough swing market. Okay, I'm not a swing trader, so it's hard for me to advise you. Um, but even the guys that trade ideas, like Steve and Andy and all, they're not. They're almost all cash now, and these guys are swing traders. I'm not saying they don't have anything. I know Steve took yesterday, I think, took some of the nukes, but I mean, it's a tough swing trading environment. If I were a swing trader, I mean, it is a tough swing trading environment, in my opinion. So I'm the wrong person. The only thing I can suggest is that you take a look at some of the channels that we've got. And what do you mean by long term? Are you talking like a week, a month, a year? No, I know swing trades, but for what is it? What is your time frame? I mean, we do have a couple of swing trade channels that you can take a look at. Yeah, so 6 months, I mean, I'm totally out of my element. I mean, you have to believe in a story, in the company. I mean, people still think NVDA is gonna do it, I mean, NVIDIA, but, you're in a tough swing trading environment. But, NVIDIA's come way off the highs. So I'm sorry. I just really can't help. I mean, you can take a look at the swing trading channels that we do have and take a look at some of the ones that are there that maybe are, haven't had a big drop. So we do have, if you click on docked channel bar, and then click on the show more, and then click on the TI Trader Eye swing ideas, and also swing picks. These are 5 different stocks every week, and you can take a look at them. But yeah, I'm the wrong person. I don't swing trade at all. So it'd be a matter of taking a look at the symbols that are there, and checking the well. Probably wouldn't check a daily. Well, maybe check a daily chart, but I would check the weekly and the monthly, and just see what is kind of happening. And look at some of the comments. William, 92% cash in his swing account. Yeah, and again, as I said earlier, I'm not sure who's going to be doing our YouTube room today. It might be Steve. I know Steve and Chris are going back and forth on this. But if it's Steve, you can head to YouTube. Well, even Chris. But but I don't know what Chris does as far as swing trading. But you can ask him also. I don't know if he's looking at things for 6 months though. The other thing you can take a look at, okay, I don't talk about it that much, but if you can see what I'm pointing at, called the stock composite rating. If you can see what I'm pointing at in the single stock window, for instance, NVDA says 71. So what the stock composite rating does, it kind of combines good fun. Well, the higher that number, would mean that it has good fundamentals, strong fundamentals, and also strong technicals. So technicals probably meaning it's over the 20, the 50, the 200-day moving average, things like that, with strong fundamentals. Now, I would probably, if I were going to use this, I would probably use right now 70 as a cutoff. Okay, let's take a look at some other stocks. Like 67. I actually had one. I actually created. I don't know if I still have it. Let me type in composite. It's showing you stocks that are in theory composite. See what it looks like. I haven't used it for so long. Oh, this is on the way down. Value is no more than 50. So look at Peloton as an example. Weak. I'm sure it's going to be, I think the lowest we can go is 30, but here's 47. So very weak. But I could flip it. But I just give me a moment. I just want to find one. I know I have one that must have stronger ones. Let's see what this one is. Yeah. So look at IMAX as an example. I'm not saying to buy IMAX, but look at that, 98. Okay. So I think the minimum here, what did I put? Minimum is 90. Okay. So these are pretty strong stocks. Now, does that mean you should swing them? I don't know. I mean, but these are very strong stocks, in terms of fundamentals and technicals. Now, you might look at some of these and go, well, that doesn't look too strong to me. So that's why you would scroll through them and just take a look. But there's IMAX. I mean, at 90, 99, it's 98. So yeah, I can give this to you. You can kind of take a look at the stocks that are showing up. Okay, so I don't know if you're interested in it, but and it's ranking the top ones like TVTX. Let's take a look at TV. Well, like, what does it look like? It's a matter of, I mean, look at TVTX. It looks like it's an all-time high just about, so I mean, there's an interesting, doesn't mean you take the trade right now, but these are in theory strong stocks, strong fundamentally and strong technically. So I can give that to you if you want, and anybody else who's interested. That was the, should give it another name. And of course, you can always adjust it to the price range you want, and make adjustments as you see fit. All right, guys. Well, I'm still in the Zeta, and I want to see, just waiting to see if it can get over that 50 cent mark, the 1850 mark, of course. I'm talking. Put a price alert up here. It almost got there. Still has some room up here. 1904 is the next high. Yeah, A&F is super strong. Remember, the retail sector is being lifted because of A&F, and I guess some and Kohl's KSS being lifted. That's a great move. That is a great move for the retail sector, guys. Look at XRT. I mean, it's well above now the 200-day moving average, and look at that's a big move. 4.5% move for an ETF. That's big. All right, I have a hungry kitty staring at me for some food. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, so Nuke, NUKK, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. Take a look at this one. The gap down and go. So see what's happening on that one. 587 was the alert. There are shorts available for me underneath the whole number, which is always like. Um, the next low looking left on the monthly chart, 572. Too close. Too close. No electronic feeder. No, no. I enjoy feeding her. This is not big meals. These are just like little niblets. Yeah, so I don't like it, guys. I mean, I look left and the next low looking left is 572. So I won't take this. However, I'll put a price alert down here in case it does take it out later on. Kind of a scary looking cat, isn't it, Rick? The Sphinx. All right, guys. Yeah, just kind of hanging on to my Zeta just to see if it can keep going a little bit higher for me. See, it's but you see how now on a 2 minute chart, see how the wave is starting to flatten. Okay, it's starting to consolidate a bit here. If I even get a glimmer of orange, I'm out. Meanwhile, Nuke, I wanted to put this up. Nuke is gave up that 208, gave it up. There were shares available. I didn't realize there were shares available for me to short. Boy, I'm off my game a little bit on that one also because look at that. They took out that VWAP just like that, and there are shares available for me. So just another general announcement, guys, okay, for those of you who are maybe just showing up for the first time or just into the room, not necessarily first timers to trade ideas at all. But if you're getting an email from us saying, please change your password, don't disregard it. It is not a scam email. Okay. You have to change your password. And this is for well, I think if you get the email, you're going to see the reasons of why. So don't disregard it. You must change your password. I had to do it. So I had to do if I had to do it, you have to do it. This is for security reasons, okay? Yeah, AEHL is a new high and nice continuation from yesterday. What a day it had yesterday. Massive day yesterday. Continuation today. So YouTube, there's hardly any action in YouTube today at all. I mean, I know if Chris is doing it today, he says he's only going to go for half an hour. If there's nobody in YouTube asking questions or anything, so just to let you guys know. All right, guys, Zeta's getting closer to that 50-cent mark. Remember, you have a lot more, if you're getting bored by, eventually, we're not going to get any new alerts. Or if you think, well, I don't really see any way to trade these. Remember, this is very active. This compare count is a very active scanner. All real time alerts that you're seeing here, and you can see the ZIM, and the ZIM just showed up, and there's a Zeta. Yes, come on, still has room. $19. Ooh, the ZIM. Are these the? Nothing, no, they're not. They're not related. Okay, not at all. Okay, I want to make sure on that. But here's the ZIM, guys, coming into now that high right there, the monthly high. Okay, here's the. mm, just give me a moment. The monthly high right there is 1909, and if we can get through that, the next high is 2080. So there is room for ZIM on the monthly chart. How about on the weekly? Oh. It went crazy. When you, why did it go crazy, Rick? When you say it went crazy, what happened? It should not be doing. Oh, okay. Now it should not be idea surfing in an alert window. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so when you say it was doing, yeah, okay, well, it wasn't. It was the concept of doing idea surfing. It wasn't actually doing it. I mean, it wasn't because you had enacted surfing, but it was looking like it was. That's interesting. Was this some kind of an alert window that was just firing? Alert after alert after alert. Okay, guys, it is now 11:26. So in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. Now, you know what? How about that UPWK? I may have to take a look at it again. It's the one I had a little loss on earlier. 1988. That was the original alert, but then we had it flipped the script to go short. So, but back over that 20 mark. And let me just see, where could it go before? Oh, there it is. There's the next high looking left. Yeah, I mean, 2054 is the next high on the daily chart. That's what that red line is. So last or 2 months ago, there was a daily high right there. And market will be sort of helping it. I mean, the market has been since what time? Since 9:55 has been putting in higher lows. Yeah, I've never had that happen to me, Rick. Never had that happen to me all the years. Ritter guys, RITR. So what sort of room does this have? Now, yesterday's high was 120, then there's 136 and 148. Yeah, you guys been talking about Fox, FOXX. It's right here. Yeah, what a move. Seriously, what a move. I mean, 2 nice days and now a huge day getting through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any news on this one. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on this one. Okay. This is on the 21st. So I don't see any news today for Fox, FOXX. That's a big move. And look at the volume pouring in now, guys. FOXX. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 854. So there is still room for FOXX. Here's another one, kind of guys, another cheap one, CSTE. But you start looking left and you see all these areas that could stall, but there's another cheap one, CSTE. What's the range? What do you mean by that exactly? What is the range? I mean, it's 23 cents is the range, from the bottom and the top, if that's what you mean? Oh, how high? Well, I don't like it because when I look left, see all the little areas it could stall? Okay, I mean, if the next high looking left was at 148, in other words, if all this weren't here, if I looked left and the next high I could see was 148, that'd be great, but when I look left, I see a high here, a high here, a high here, very close. Info at trade-ideas.com. Now, I'm not sure they're going to be able to help you when it's a linking problem like that, but to third parties like TradingView, et cetera. So I don't know how they're going to help you. Okay, but you can always try. And I will say this, okay, our techs are they're swamped with this. Delete the link. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But our techs are swamped, today, with all the password stuff that has to be done by tomorrow. So Fox halted on the way down. It has to be. I see a big negative. Yeah, Fox halted on the way down now. All right, guys, 11:33. Still don't know who's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Boy, ANF, pretty remarkable. And also INSP, another really great continuation from yesterday. INSP low. Look at the float though, 28 million in the float for a $134 stock now. That is very low. Spread is not crazy bad. I mean, you might look at that and go, well, wait a minute, 1760. But remember, the float is so low. All right, guys. I'm gonna sit on hand time. Sit on hands time for me right now. I'm so can't get over the move with the retail move 4.6% and continuing. So remember, you go to you click on new from the toolbar and dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar, and click on show more, and then get down to the sector status. And you see right at the top. For some reason, why don't we have retail in here? XRT. Well, that's kind of crazy. XRT. Am I not seeing it? Yeah, I mean, this should be in here, obviously. We've got it here. Okay. Make sure I'm not mistaken. Okay. I'm going to show this to the guys. Somebody has to add that. It's even spelled wrong. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Another thing for the guys to take a look at. And by the way, watch what I did there. You know, you can take you can take anything in one of our channels and pop it out. Okay, you can pop it out. So if you just wanted to have this, the spider sectors, uh, get them to correct that. So any one of these, and this is in any one of the channels. Okay, not just here, but you right click and where it says duplicate into free floating window. And so when I do that, pops onto another monitor of mine. So now you see how it's free flow. So you could take, if you just wanted to concentrate on certain sectors, maybe the retail sector, energy, whatever those sectors are, you could, pop them out instead of having to go into the channel every day. So that's what you can do. I I actually don't know how many employees. I'm not an employee, as an example. Okay, I'm contracted, so I'm not technically an employee. I really don't know how many employees there are, like people who are literally on on the Trade Ideas payroll. I really don't know. It's a small company, though. I mean, people like Chris, Steve Gomez, Andy. Then our accounting people, like you might have heard of Shantae and Kelly, Marissa. Um, yeah, I mean, I know they are employees, but I honestly don't know. Yeah, there's no office. We don't have an office. Never have had an office. We used to have, well, not an office, but we used to. I don't even know if we have physical servers anymore. I really don't know. We used to have a place where obviously the physical servers were, but now that we're so cloud based, I really don't know if we have physical servers anymore. But everybody works from home. All right, guys. Just keeping an eye on my Zeta, still hanging around the 1850 mark. No reason for me to get out of it. Why? Because look at the cloud. Look at the wave, trade wave. Still blue, keeping me in this trade. Okay, that's on a 2 minute. If I had any doubts, even I look at the 5 minute, I know this is going to be blue, but I'll always check my 2 minute just to see, okay, is there a little bit of a curl down happening? And nothing is happening yet. UPS dropping, no news yet. Okay, let's take a look at UPS. William, I know, is looking for a bounce in this. Yeah, something happening. I don't know if you made took the bounce, if it was too quick though. Yeah, I don't see any news either. I see nothing. What a nice range now. 664, 671 now. There was a low around 664, 671, and that's on the SPY. I look remember at the at the beginning, or 940, we had these two giant red bars. Then we had a nice blue bar. Then we had another giant red bar. That's in the past. So what did it do? It got down to well, look, it looks worse than it is. I mean, it got down to 93.55 and it's tacked on about a dollar from the low there. All right, guys, I'm getting set. I don't want to hold this when I'm on my break necessarily, and my guess is right now probably might see a sliver of orange. Not quite, but I've taken more off. Okay, and I'm getting set to get out of this trade. My guess is if I went to a 1 minute chart, it would look orange. There we go. Here's another one hitting, guys. SEM. Okay. Oh, how about this one? Just underneath the whole number, 1584. This is not an earnings play, so it's still up for the day, 13%. But hmm, I don't know if the overall. I mean, the market has certainly moved. I get a question: an overall stock market not really moving now. You mean like literally right now? I mean, certainly we had that big move from 940, 950, making higher lows. And actually, the daily volume is pretty good. I mean, we're already Oh, I'm sorry. That's Sam. I thought that was the SPY. Take a look at the SPY volume. Yeah, I mean, as tomorrow, remember, is the last full day. Then Thursday the market's closed. Then a half day on Friday. So my guess is that there's going to be probably this afternoon and tomorrow not that much of volume in the SPY because we're about halfway through the day and doesn't look like we're going to get close to yesterday. So SKM, it may be that it's only available to me in a development version. Does anybody else want to do that? Now, when you say it freezes, can you get out? Like, what do you have to do? Do you have to get out of trade ideas then? Hmm. Yeah. So I was going to ask others to try it. Okay. It doesn't freeze for me, but you have to do the Control Alt Delete and then exit trade ideas. So that's not good. I don't want people to do that. Works for you, Pepe? Okay, well, thank you. Well, it works for Pepe. I wonder why it's not working for you, SKM. How about others? I don't want others to necessarily try it because if it's freezing, then that means you've got to exit the program. And but Pepe says it's working. Any other brave soul want to try it to see if it's working? Yeah. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? Click on Help and About. Like always on a development version, okay? And I am 5.7.6, but I'm always on a development version. And I think I'm on alpha. I'm pretty sure I'm on. Well, I definitely am on the alpha version. Um, so Rick, if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to channel bar, and there's a new channel called two-time ETFs. Click on that and see if it freezes. And you'll know if it freezes. Okay. Well, maybe it's just you, SKM. I don't know what you're doing. We've got three of us at least. It's not freezing. All right, I should be looking at this SEM. I mean, if I had, wow, I mean, there's a ton of room. There is a ton of room on this one, of course. I don't know what happened here. I mean, what this there must obviously some news. Trading higher after the company. Oops, sorry, my headline disappeared. Okay, after the company announced it received a non-binding. Ah, I see. So this is a potential buyout. Okay, not as interested in it now because it's a potential buyout. But maybe the market doesn't believe it. So when you say, "Can you fix it?" Understand that what I've got here, this is just what I wanna see. It doesn't have to be what you wanna see. I'm trying to see, it's hard for me to see what you've got in the, it's hard for me to see that single stock window, okay? The time frame, I mean, it's just there's no time frame really. It's just a matter of include pre and post market, but other than that, there's no time frame. Oh, you're talking about oh, I see. You're talking about these time frames here. Um, let's see if I can see what you've got. Day. Oh, I see. Day. Okay. Yeah, it's simple. So just go to your chart. Okay. Go to your chart. So say you wanted to change one of the days to a 5 minute chart, just right click, and you see where the little, see where the clock is. Actually, you don't have to even do that. Just see where the little, you see where the clock is, and that's a time frame. If you can see that, then just change it. If not, you change it to whatever time frame you want. If not, right click on the chart and click on and see where and click on time frame, and here are your time frames, and just change the chart. Just change it to what you want. So if I wanted to change this to a right click, time frame, change it to a 30-minute chart, I just click on 30 and it changes to 30. Oh, what I'm using. But understand, Nosh, what I use doesn't have to be what you use, okay? This is just what I like to see. So I'm using a 5, a weekly, a daily, and a monthly. Okay, just understand that. Okay, so that's a 5, weekly, W, D, daily, M, monthly. Wow, 11:54. Better get ready. So I'm not really sure who's taking over. Oops. Okay, on a break. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You were able to load some things and create, and don't forget to save your layout to the cloud. And just give me one. I'll answer your question. You're talking about this, the profile. Okay, you don't have to do this. Okay, but let me put the YouTube link in. The Ulma, man, remember Ulma was a super active one. So there's the link to get into YouTube. Chris or Steve is not there yet. Okay, so if you want this, okay, let me start off with a new single stock window. Okay, so here's a single stock window. So this is what you see right now. I mean, you might have different filters and all that. So if you do want to see the profile at the same time or one of these, then you grab it, left click on the profile and grab it. And you see when I'm moving it down, you see when you get these icons here. And you just select the right one if that's where if you want it to the right of it, and there it is. Okay, you don't have to do this. Okay, I did this mainly because I had space. Okay, that's the reason I did it. And I said, oh, I don't want to have I don't want to have blank space. And then of course you'd have to expand it so you can actually read it. But and if you don't want it anymore, you just grab it and then you get fine. This is why this is a little bit tricky. Or you can just tab it. Certainly the details is the important one. Okay. But again, I only did that just because I had the space and I thought, okay, may as well put it in there. All right, guys, just waiting. Okay, I'm glad I'm out of the zeta, guys. Out of the zeta. It did start to move down, so I'm out of the zeta. And now I'm just waiting for somebody to show up in our YouTube room. So I'll let somebody. I don't have one. I have a question from my YouTube room regarding RDZN. I'll be taking a break. Either Chris or Steve, whoever is going to be a prop, they may have a scan that might be able to help you on that. I don't have. You're talking about this right here, right at 10 o'clock. How that happened. I wonder if that was real. Was that truly a real? Sometimes you get these. I call them fake prints. And that could have happened so quickly also, AJ Burke, so quickly that it would have been impossible to actually catch it as it was moving higher, back up. It's possible. I just call that a big bottoming tail. But that could have happened so quickly that, from 125, it made it pop right back up. But as I say, Chris or Steve will be taking over for me in, seconds from now, I hope. And they may have something. They might have something. But again, that might have happened so quickly. Okay. Somebody just popped in. So give me a moment, guys, or whoever did pop in. Okay. I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys. In about an hour. And I'll answer your question, Nosh. All right. Who's in?
Me.
Okay. And you guys were duking it out to see who's going to take over. Okay. So I don't know if you can answer that question that AJ Burke answered about or asked about. If you look at RDZN,
Yeah.
you see a big bottoming tail, and to be able to catch something like that, that might have been a big bottoming tail. Then it may have come right back up immediately. It's hard.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so there'd be nothing that would really catch that.
No,
So that it
we'll
would
experiment
be
around a little bit and see what we can find.
Okay. All right, Chris. Well, I know you're not busy at all, so
not at all.
It's going to be a fun couple of days. So I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Okay.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Tuesday to y'all. You get me back-to-back days here. Let's see. Aja Burke, don't know if I'm butchering your name. I hope I'm not. I'm usually good at butchering, unfortunately. I could also just call you 334. Let's see what we could figure out here. So we're looking at RDZN. And folks, anybody with questions, get those questions in for me as per usual. Don't do pre-done content on it. On this, this is entirely meant for you folks to drive the content with your questions. So I'm hoping for a better session than we had yesterday. Yesterday, you all gave me the silent treatment almost the entire time. It was very sad for me. So this is a good one to start with at least, though. So thank you. So RDZN. All right. So let's see. We're trying to catch stocks that have done that. Looking for the bottoming tail. Now, when is it that you're trying to catch this stock? I guess, go with that. Let's see here. Let's go with an alert window. You know what we're going to do? We're going to use something I haven't used in a long time. I've showcased it here and there, but I haven't actually used it in a hot minute here. Where is it? What am I looking for, everybody? I'm looking for the stocks like this tab. Huh. Boy, we just hide things around here. Make it extra difficult. All right. Got it. Okay, so this page here is how we can back engineer for creating a scan. So I'm going to share this link. And interesting. Huh. I'm going to share this link. That's the link I want to share. What I shared before was, never mind. So that's the link. Now what we can do is we can back engineer. We can take RDZN and we can get we can take a 5, 10, 15, 30, or 60-minute time frame on this. So, you know, it looks like this whole wick happened here in the bounce within 5 minutes. We're going to stay at 5 minutes right off the bat on the 9:30 Eastern. We're going to press submit. And now we're going to see every single alert that happened over that 5 minutes. Doesn't tell us exactly when it happened in the 5 minutes, but we can see every alert that happened in that 5 minutes with that stock. And then we can see the minimum and maximum values of the filters, all of them over that 5 minutes. And so we can kind of go through and cruise through this and see, you know, what filters may help us to identify something like that bounce. So, you know, my first thoughts start to go into a range and position and range. Let's see here. That drawing tool out of the way. So we're going to want a good range here over that 5 minutes. So we're going to build this out as an alert window here using this page. So let's go with the 5 minute range. And remember, this is going to be specific to this stock. So it'll, you know, other stocks that do similar stuff to this will catch, but, you know, it won't necessarily catch every single thing that does this. There's just no way to catch something like that every time. Now, let's go with the 5 minute range here. And percent. We're going to add that filter and we're going to give it a 3 to 4.5 range. Because I don't like to go with the exact numbers here because we want to open this up a little bit, right? So we can let more stuff in and we can miss as few stocks as possible with this. So we got that as a range. Let's see. What's next? What's next that we may want to do? Position and range. Let's find position and range. So position 5-minute range. No minimum value. We do have the maximum value 100. We don't want that. Position and range. No minimum value on that first 5 minutes. So that's not going to work. We got that big bottoming tail. We can't be too far down from the open. So let's say a maximum. Let's look for the change in close. That's what we'll do. Change in close. Change from close. Change from the close. How fast did this happen? Oh, this stock is even super thinly traded. Interesting. So that didn't happen until 10:06. All right, so we're working on the wrong time here. I see it. Look, this looked like it was on the open to me. All right, so we want to get the 10:05 candle. Bear with me, folks. If anybody has any other questions, don't be shy to get those in for me, please. We'll get to those as well. Let's start at 10:05. Let's redo this. All right, 5-minute range. Okay. Where's the scan at? All right. We're going to want a minimum range here. You know, with the 26 on that minimum range for 5 minutes. Now let's go position in 5-minute range. Yeah. So position in 5-minute range. We're going to want to see it up there. Position in 5-minute range. We're going to add that filter. We want to be, let's say, at 90%. Curious about the change from the close. Where was that change from the close? Yeah, we're not going to mess with that. What alerts do we have going on here? All right, so we're going to use some of the running up alerts. I'll give us $1. We can't even put a volume minimum on this because the stock is barely even traded today. This is not a liquid stock. Let's go with running up. Which running ups did we get? Got running up intermediate. Let's add that. And we got running up now. both of those. We're going to call it exactly what we were doing, find an RDZN. Let's make sure that we get it in here. So the history. Why did this not get RDZN? Oh, I know why. I know why. I know why. I know why. Still not getting it. Just look at some of the alerts that came in really quick here. So there you got a long bottoming shadow there. The opposite on that. That'll be the trick, is making sure it only finds the bottoming tails actually. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Configure. Still not getting it. Six, that should have come in. I see. Not getting these two to match up at the same time, the position and 5-minute range. Five-minute high won't fix that either. If I do that, that's not helping either. So there we get the alert, but I think we're going to need some more help here from a different position and range filter. And again, folks, if anybody has other questions or anything, don't be shy. I can squeeze it all in. I wonder. It's a tricky one. What I'm trying to do now is see if I can eliminate the topping shadows. But that I don't know if I can do. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to eliminate the topping shadows. So we're just trying to find stocks with huge 5-minute ranges, essentially. Pretty sharp, how are you? Yeah, this is tricky. Just how do we stop the topping shadow from happening? Because I think we're going to find a lot more of those in the bottoming tails. I'm not sure if that's possible. I wonder. This is something I wonder if we could use something like the VWAP to tie it in. Yeah, still not working for what I wanted to do. I think that's as close as I'm going to get you there, my friend. I can't seem to find a way to eliminate those topping, the ones that are going on in reverse. Clearly, we got the RDZN here. I was trying to figure out a way to eliminate the BAOS. We've cut down on the amount of times it's going to show now because of its distance here from the VWAP. But we can define the large range, just not the direction of the range, unfortunately. I mean, I hesitate to do this, but let's see what happens here. Yeah, then I'm going to get nothing. Well, not nothing, but I mean, this is kind of a whatever stock. It's a warrant and traded 7,000 shares on the day. So, I mean, you could put some volume metrics in this if you wanted, but if you put much of anything for volume metrics, you're never getting this alert at that time because this stock has hardly traded anything today. So, all right, that's about as close as we're getting here. I will save that and share it to the cloud. Anybody that decides to take that, please make sure to save it to your cloud, as this link will expire in a couple of days. So, but that's a way to back engineer scan there the stocks like this page. You put in the symbol, the date, what time you were around the time you were trying to find it, and then usually the 5-minute duration is good enough. You can go more than 5 minutes, but I'm not sure that serves a whole lot of purpose for most people. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yeah, I'm racking my brain. I've been through the filters a few different times. The trick is to try to tie it into something before it goes flying up through that, so that the range direction is forced to only be down. No, we don't have anything like that to see how many buy and sell orders are pending for a stock. That would be level 2 would give you an idea of that, but not every single order that's pending. There's no way for retail traders to know every order that's pending. It's not possible. That's not possible. The closest you could do is level 2 through your broker. So again, anybody with any questions at all, please do not be shy. Sorry, I got something scratchy on my mouse trying to wipe the area of my desk. So again, anybody that wants to ever experiment with this page. Here it is, stocks like this page. I'll help you back engineer a scan. Barnes and Nobles. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. Yeah, shortened holiday week we got going on here. Thursdays the market is closed. This Thursday the market is closed. Friday's a half day. Again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in for me here. Again, don't be shy, folks. If you got questions for me, please get those in. I don't have any content to really do with you today. We really covered as much of a market recap as we could really be doing at this point yesterday. I don't see any reason to redo all of that. Again, don't be shy, folks. If you got questions, please get those in for me. Yeah, I can do that. I didn't even know this thing existed. I also have a feeling this channel's not supposed to be out right now. For some fun behind the scenes disclosure, when I updated the Swing Picks channel, I have a feeling this was a file that was pushed into that rollout that I didn't notice was there and was not supposed to go out. Yeah. Curious. So this has that there for the race. And this does too. So there's that. Curious if that list. Sorry, I want to see if that list lives where I think it lives. Yeah, there's 122 names on that list. Yeah, you got it, Pepe. I'm gonna after this live stream, I meet with the dev team, so bring this up and see if I can get some clarity on that all. Let's see. Someone mentioned NVDA before was not looking hot today. Since we're not doing anything else, we can look at that. Gap down, trying to reverse itself. Found itself in a bit of a downtrend here now. About a month or so. perhaps trying to find itself some support in this area. It's funny. I wonder how many people out there, when NVIDIA's sitting up here, like, oh man, if NVIDIA pulls back 5 or 6 or more percent, I'm going to get into that. And then it pulls back like this. And how many of those people are like, yeah, I'm not touching that stock. It's just crazy to me. Oh, give me a pullback. Give me a pullback. I definitely get it. Then they get the pullback and like, yeah, never mind. Just kidding. Market's up 0.75%, or the SPY's up 0.75% anyway. So clearly some of the other big players must be having a positive impact on here. Microsoft's up marginally. Apple, just over 1%. Google, gap up, has filled the gap and now bouncing back off that. Meta, which has had its butt kicked lately, having itself a nice day today. Oh, there was news on NVIDIA today? I had no idea. Netflix down again. Oh, let's see. For fun, let's look at the largest cap stocks. Market cap, sort by. Okay. Oh, columns, let's add you. So by largest market cap, NVIDIA is the only one down out of the top here. You've got Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, down a bit. Tesla's up. That's pretty crazy. You've got this one down, quite a bit more up, done by market cap. You got to wonder how many more stocks are not looking so great today. If you've got all this up, we can stop here because the SPY obviously is the market. We've got all that up with just these two down. That's a lot of market cap here up between all of that versus these two down, and we're only marginally up on the SPY currently. Grab some Netflix, did you? Meta's potential multi-billion-dollar. Yeah, I checked Google. Interesting. The AI wars continue. I, for one, will greatly welcome whatever AI overlord we get in the end. Walmart having itself a decent day here. That IBM still hanging around. Oh, yeah, that's got to be a great position to have been holding that long at this point, Walmart. Definitely had some, tough times over the last several years because of the, the fight with Amazon, but they've seemed to have done enough of the right things at the right times to, keep themselves real relevant. I'd say that wasn't something easy to do, just given the octopus that Amazon has become, with tentacles and literally everything at this point. Qualcomm. Ooh, yeah, I bet with the IBM there, that's tough. Disney, a stock that just cannot get unstuck at this point. It's a lot of months just doing a whole lot of nothing. Just a steady, beautiful move. And it didn't do anything for a long time again. Clearly 2020 had an impact, and then everything was up as we started coming towards out of COVID. And just been lackluster for a long time with Disney at this point. Lackluster. Begs the question, what do they do, right? And with the exception of this up and that there, where they're just throwing free money at the entire world, Disney hasn't gone anywhere in 10 years. Here's where it was back in 2015. Here's where it is today. Basically hasn't gone anywhere in 10 years. One could make the argument that if it wasn't for COVID, to get this really big move up here, not only would it not have gone anywhere for 10 years, but it wouldn't even had any chance at any real appreciation over that 10 years. Kind of crazy to look at, think about. McDonald's over the years. Wonder if they'll do a stock split at some point and bring that price down for people to feel more comfortable about buying shares. Yeah, I think IBM was kind of a zombie stock for a long time, right? Yeah. And it was slow fade into this range for several years. And all of a sudden, 2024, like you said, off to the races. Do I hear a click?
Yes, you did. I started very, very, very quietly, and I increased it just a little bit each time. So now I know what works.
Uh-huh. This way you
Hmm.
can just spy on me, right?
That's right. This is goes into the boy, am I bored? Trying to see,
Yes.
actually, you know what? It's been a good day. It's been a really good day
Oh,
for me,
okay.
anyway. Yeah. Look at retail. I mean, have you pulled up XRT?
I
Pull up
have not.
XRT. Look at retail today, guy. I mean, I know it's because A&F, Walmart, KSS.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a big move.
I have 4
That's a big move.
4 and almost 3/4% move in it. Yeah.
And on an ETF like that, that is a big, big
Yeah.
move. So, yeah. So maybe augurs well for the holiday buying season, maybe.
Well,
Because I
it'd
know
be a
you're going
push.
to be a big part of that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, spending my millions.
Spending your millions. Oh, and of course you're getting ready. Now, do you guys don't give gifts at Thanksgiving, do you?
No, no.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a normal thing. There's probably the outliers, but no.
Right. Okay. All right.
Just a
Well, I
lot
said
of food.
yesterday, have a great time, but I didn't realize you'd be in today. So now I can say it again. Have a great
Absolutely.
time on
Yes.
Thursday, and have a turkey leg on me.
Indeed, I will. Actually, I'll have a slice of prime rib on you.
Oh, okay. You don't do the turkey on Christmas
Nah, we
Eve?
skip the turkey these days. Nobody really wants turkey, so I'll grill
Really?
some. I'll grill. I'm gonna take some prime rib, cut them down, and grill them.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Chris. Well, thanks again for spelling me, and again, have a great time. We'll see you next week.
All right. You too. Thanks, everybody. Have a happy Thanksgiving if those that celebrate.
I'm just waiting for Chris to leave so I can take over the scanner. There we are. Okay, back in both rooms. Just a couple other things to do. Are you still around? Poe, are you still around? Yeah, the Santa rally. We talked about that yesterday. Will there be a Santa Claus rally? Well, I don't know if this, we've got now, how many days now? 3 days? Or just the second day? No, with 3 days so far. 3 days, 3 days, 3 days. Almost back up to the height of the NVDA lift. Almost. Okay, that was the 4 days ago, or yeah, 4 days ago when we had the NVIDIA lift and then the collapse. So I see that CETY, well, it dropped, but then it had a big pop. Volume came in. CETY volume came in. Disappointed in the LNAI. It never did it after the. I thought that news might be enough to sustain it, but nope. The entire neighborhood probably. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, this has been a nice day now. I mean, this is from that bottom here, 664 up to so there's a 10-point move right there and pretty steadily up. Now, here's a new one that showed up on the Gap scanner. The KYIV showed up at 1449. So, I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room. That red line represents some month. Yeah, of the next high looking left on a daily chart. This week would have been August of this year. There's a daily high. So there is room. But starting to fade a bit here now. I had that retail ETF up, and I think while I was on my break, just amazing to me. It's amazing to see like a retail or an ETF up 4.5% and more. Starting to fade just a little bit here, just a little bit. In fact, we went from flatlining blue, now a little sliver of orange. Maybe take a short. What is the short version of XRT? Anybody know off the top? Off the top, I know I could probably look it up, but in other words, buy something when XRT is moving down. Okay, guys, here's a little curl now happening for Fox. Okay, Fox trying to curl here. What's the well? I mean, the VMAP. I suppose it's far enough away. 546. Okay, guys. Well, I really anticipate things slowing down a lot now this afternoon. Tomorrow we'll probably have a very light day, but let's take a look one last time at my homepage. Okay, guys. Well, as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out subscriptions to Trade Ideas. So you can get 30% off for premium annual, 30% off for premium annual, or 25% off the other three plans. So the other three plans meaning the two monthlies for premium and standard, and then a standard annual. Okay, so you'll get the biggest discount would be a 30% off a premium annual. But you got to make sure you know what you're getting into. Okay. And all I ask, use my code, whatever the code is going to be in it doesn't, if you're not taking out a subscription now, but next week, next month, please use my code. It really helps to keep the two rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. See if that's working now. Yeah, appears to be. Education. If you take out a subscription to Trade Idea, before I forget, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you scroll down, click on my homepage link, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. And education section is here. Let's see. Yeah, it's working now. So if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you've got to do, the getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. And if you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them. And if you're looking for my information that I'm currently sharing in terms of scans and races, etc., here's where they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These are a couple of races, the large cap gainers and the biggest gainers. These are two races that you can take a look at if you want. Movers upside versus movers downside right here, very active. And here's the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. I have a couple others that I do have up and I don't have them up and running, but I'm sharing a momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. Okay, so you can take a look at these if you want. And if you're out there and wondering, well, I'd like to take a look at them, but I don't know how to do it. In other words, it says open scan, but what do I actually do to get it onto my screen? Just let me know. I'll go over it. Okay. Believe it's December 2nd, Mike. December 2nd. Pretty sure that's what the email said. So yeah, it's what time is it? Oh, time. What date is it now? The 25th. Yeah. So you've got about another week. Well, guys, I'm telling you, what time is it now? 1:11. I may take off about quarter to two. Okay. I mean, I don't see much happening for the balance. What I was going to say, if Poe was around, he always calls me the luckiest guy ever. I got very lucky on this SEM. You know, I saw this just before I took my break at 11:45, and I actually decided I took the short, and then I realized, reading the news, it was some kind of a potential buyout. So I wanted to get out of it, but I was going to wait until maybe if it held underneath 16. But as it getting closer to 16, I thought, you know what, just dump it. Unbeknownst to myself, instead of dumping it, I added to my short the same amount of shares. So I made a big mistake. And then I looked at my P&L and went, wait a minute, that looks better than it should be. And that's because I had double the short and it was moving down. Not here. I mean, I wish I'd kept my whole position now. But anyway, I basically escaped that. There you are. I knew Poe. You'd get a kick out of that. I thought of you the minute I did that. So you just got to pay attention when you're trading. I've done this a few times now in the last little while. Scary. Wow, look at that SETI, guys. CETY. Wow. Big move now. High of the day. Next high looking left is 305. Pub-M, a little news pop, okay, from William, PUBM. Yeah, nice. Volume came in. I would not see this in anything, guys, because the relative volume right now is only 0.9. It's going to increase, of course, but I would not see this on any scan. just because the relative volume is so low. But yeah, nice pop. What did it do? 923 came right back down to 9. You short that one? They mentioned a deal with NVIDIA. Okay, I don't see that yet, but I'm sure your service is telling you that right now. A lot of times, though, even in this IB news feed, it'll say, traders circulate. Traders circulate. If it is something from Twitter or something, or Reddit. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much from my watch list of gap scans or gap alerts. This HSAI, though, I mean, the longer it holds over 20, and there's a little support area, that little R, that could be a little support area. That's right at 20. The 200-day moving average, far enough away, around 21. So there is still room for this one to keep moving if it wants to. HSAI, decent volume, 3.9 million, almost 2.5 times normal. It's a big, it's a pretty big float, so you don't expect wild action. Okay, so IQ, I'll answer your question. The unusual tech, I'll just answer. So you are a premium member, right, IQ? So this is how I would watch it. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to make sure you can hear me and see my screen. Okay, so click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar, and then you see where it says there are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Click the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, click on that. When you do, this is what you kind of will see. And I say kind of because probably profitable trades is checked. Okay. So you're not seeing all the trades. Uncheck it. Okay. So you see where where it says filter. So there's a drop down, and uncheck that profitable trades, because my opinion, you'll want to see the trades all day long. Just because something is not profitable, because maybe the stop got hit, but it may be setting up even better at a lower price, perhaps. Okay, I'd want to see these all day long. The other reason is you get a re-entry that you would not necessarily see if you have that profitable. They won't listen to me. It should be the default. Just you want to see the trades all day long, in my opinion. Okay. So then what you can do, IQ, is take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every day. No alerts until at least 9:40. That's by design. Okay. You see there's the first alert at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but you will not get anything earlier than 9:40. And make it part of your layout. So as long as you load trade ideas before 9:40, you'll and of course all times Eastern. Yeah, there's no point in loading this every single day. Just make it part of your layout. Okay, next question. QNTM. Okay, my quick analysis as somebody who doesn't swing trade. All right. Well, certainly on the daily chart, it's got some room. I mean, 832. There's a couple of highs right there, 720 for it to get through. But it's not a quant. Okay. Every time I look at this, I think, well, it must be a quantum, but it is not. It's a bio. I think people don't necessarily know that. So there it is, 840. Weekly chart, it's probably the same thing as that high there. And the monthly chart obviously has even more room. So, I mean, if you think it's going to bounce, but it is a bio. It is not a quant. So I always, I mean, you never know what a bio is going to come up with or come out with. So I mean, without any bad news at all, and just the modest good news. I mean, your next high is 836 on the daily chart. But other than today, this has been in a steady decline. So I mean, I don't follow. I mean, I've seen this company, but I don't know what. And it had earnings here, which did not help. So what are you looking forward to in this particular one, other than if they come out with some great news, but they could come up with bad news too. So especially when you're talking about a bio, but that's up to you because you're already past earnings. So what is going to propel this stock? I don't see any news today. Yeah, that's a big earning. I mean, they were projected to, well, projected. I mean, the analysts were looking for only an 8-cent loss, and they lost $1.25. That's a big miss. And they do the math for you, 1,462.5%. And that's a 71% increase over the losses of last year, same period. So, I mean, I don't see a lot to get me interested in this, but don't let me stop you. I mean, seriously though, I mean, it could bounce just because people are looking at, bounce plays, but so now the market is starting to, just sort of consolidate. I guess this is what you guys would call a bull flag. Is that right? Little pop here for the CSTE guys. I know I mentioned this one earlier. ZIM, sneaky one. We had the alert at 1876, 1878. It's inched its way up to 19 now. But there's the high that we're talking about. There's a high 1909 looks like. That's the high in the month, and the daily high in that month. I mean, look, if it takes it out, 2080 is the next high on the monthly chart. The ANF at the 200-day. Let's see. Oh, EMA. Are you using EMAs, Mike? I'm not. I don't use EMAs at all. So here's the SMA. Not sure how many people actually use a 200 EMA on the daily. It's certainly not common, okay? Not on a daily chart, not common to use the 200 EMA as opposed to the SMA, but whatever works for you. No, looks like this is going to fade. It's not going to take out the 1450, so I'm going to forget about this one, the KYIV. So, guys, if I do take off at quarter to two, that means I've only got about 20 minutes left. William is going to keep the room open till 3:45 ish. Another boy, your scanners are picking up these drops. Hmm. Well, it's funny. The reason that mine aren't is because I'm looking for pops up, not pops down. So give me a moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Back again. Oh, no, it popped. Shoot, it popped on me here, the KYIV. Hmm. This was this was a bit of an erratic one yesterday. You can see what happened yesterday. It opened up here and it closed down here. I think this was one of those ones that in the gap scanner it showed up as a go and then a reversal. So it was a little bit of it was a challenge. Well, let's take a look at the XRT. I know I was thinking about shorting it, and yeah, should have shorted it. 38.40, 83.42 down to 83. So I'm sure if ANF is starting to drop, it's affecting XRT, and I'm sure KSS is it starting to drop also? Not really. Maybe ANF has more influence with XRT, but it really hasn't. I mean, it really is still kind of. I thought I was expecting to see something like a more significant downturn. Not saying, but I mean, it definitely looks like it's well, it's flatlining right now. Yeah. Did you mean mixed martial arts? Oh, okay. Okay. Just checking. So, guys, I mean, this ZIM, it has a chance, later. It just has to take this out, this high right there, which is 1909. And I mean, it's getting right into it. The high is 1909 today. So, if it does take it out, it could start to move, because then the next high is over 2080. I'll be gone by then if it does take it out. Well, unless it takes it out in the next 17 minutes or so. Meanwhile, KISS is still moving. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know ANF. I mean, ANF may follow. It's still kind of flatlining. But KSS just made another new high, as did the HSAI. You might want to keep an eye on the NUK. Okay. I mean, it is hanging over 6. Whoops, too many Ks. Okay. and it's over the VWAP, curling up, or it's at the VWAP, trying to curl up. The high today was over 7, so there is room to get to the high of the day. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is trying to. I mean, it's already had a nice run from 6, but breaking the VWAP now a little bit, a little bit. Now, if we had a stock that was NYUK, that'd even better. Little yuck action. Ah, William. You know what's starting to fade now is INSP. Now, INSP, this was a one from yesterday. Great day yesterday. Nice day, but it is starting to fade right on top of the VWAP now. Right on top of that VWAP. Will it take it out? This could turn into an interesting short. Linda K, do you have our premium service? You're asking about downloading the beta, or I mean, I will always download the beta. The beta is fine, but I you have our premium service though. Out of curiosity, access to the AI and all. The premium service, you've got the premium service, so you have access to the AI to this. Just want to make sure. The reason I ask is, do you care about the money machine and in the simulation mode? Just testing it, trying it. If you don't, if you do, then you have to download the alpha. Okay, there are 3. I know one says alpha, one says beta, and then the one that says 0.6.104. If you want to test the simulator, the money machine with the simulator, you have to download the alpha. Okay, so if you care, do you want to test the simulator or do you want to test the money machine in the simulator? In that case, you download the alpha. Okay, then you can just download the beta. The beta is fine. I Yeah, download the beta. The only reason to download the alpha is if you want to test the money machine in the simulator. If you don't care about that, then I mean you can still download the alpha. It's not going to make any difference other than giving you that feature. Yep. Yeah, the wave on your charts is part of the standard service actually, not even part of the premium service. So if you download it in fact, whatever you got now, I mean, I can show you how you can add the wave on your chart. Or do you know how to do that? Look at this, guys. Look at this great little short now for INSP. Okay, then it's the same. It's the same. If you know how to add it, then it's the same. If you download the beta, and in fact, your charts will probably have the wave on them. You know, it's not going to. It's not. You shouldn't. You probably won't have to add the wave at all. They'll just show up. Okay. Really? Has it been a year? Time flies. So, guys, I said I'd take off at 1:45, but I mean, I'll always stick around for questions. So, if you have questions, please, please ask questions. Well, yeah, Linda. I mean, I would. I mean, I could still trade. Don't get me wrong, but I really value the wave. I really, really value the wave. Of anything that we've added in the last little while, the go no go charts were nice, but I think that the wave, the visual presentation of the wave, has really changed me, my way of trading, keeping me in trades way longer. I like go no go. I actually did like go no go, but it in the days where before thermal paste, the prehistoric days, um, that was really slowing my machine down. So I got rid of go no go. That helped, my machine a little bit, and because I guess there's a lot more computing going on, I could probably add go no go again, but I really honestly don't see the need for it. Okay, thanks, William. The B flag for a trade wave shows the same B for short exits as well. Um, Give me an example. So here I see an S right there. That would obviously mean, okay, short sell. I'm just looking at this one. It says short exit. I don't even. Where are you seeing that? I mean, you're probably diving into it way more than I do. You're looking at the trade wave report. 'Cause I don't look at it all. I just, I mean, understand. I really don't follow the buy and the sell flags. Okay, but right now I'm highlighting the sell flag, but I'll see if I can find a. Yeah, wouldn't you know I don't have one? It's probably because I'm not showing. I wouldn't pay too much. I mean, so what are you saying here? So you hover over the what is it saying? I'm hovering over the B. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm just trying to. Never really done that. I mean, it's just trying to tell you. Oh, I see. Long entry. Long entry. Okay, I see what you're saying. I've never really, but I see what you're saying. You hover over and it's going to tell you, okay, long entry, the time, and the price. Okay. And then, so what's your concern exactly? I don't think it tells you when to exit. It's not going to tell you when to exit. You're going to follow the wave, and then you make up your mind when you think, when it starts. For me, when it starts to turn colors, turn orange. Short exit. I don't. Okay, okay. You want me to? Yeah, I wouldn't get too. I don't want to say picky, but I mean it's just I didn't even I'll be honest. I didn't even know that when you hovered over it, you would see all this. I just look at, okay, I see the buy, and now this is a pretty awful looking one. The B should be a C for cover. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you see the B, it just means it's a suggestion to go long. B. If you see an S, it's a suggestion to go short. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're talking about. What am I doing wrong, Pepe? Okay, I go to a 15-minute chart and see what you're talking about. Okay, so I don't have a buy flag at all here. Well, I do have trade wave. You tell me UTI, right? And I've got trade wave on a 15-minute chart. I do have now, and I am telling it, I'm not telling it to display only the last two trades. So for whatever reason, I'm not seeing a buy flag. Oh, at 4 a.m. Oh, right here. So I mean, that's the earliest you're going to get. Okay. So a long entry, 2177 at 16. Well, that was yesterday. I'm so, okay. You're not talking about AM then. You're talking about 4 a. Here's 4 a.m. I don't have a buy flag for whatever reason. I have a buy flag back here. Well, you could always make the suggestion, I guess. I don't know if they'll do anything like that. I've never seen. Remember, these are just suggestions, right? I mean, there's not to hop in absolutely 100% when you see a buy flag or a sell flag. They're just kind of suggestions. So I don't, okay, now I sort of see what you're talking about. I don't look at the trade wave report at all. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I don't look at it at all. Uh, Getting rid of the trade wave report is only done this a million times. Well, you can always, coming from the customers is always more impactful than coming from me, believe it or not. Okay. So if you have an idea, you can always info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. And see what they, no guarantee they're going to do anything, but you can always do that and make a suggestion. Maybe I'm just simple. I look at the S and I see, okay, it wants me to, it's a suggestion that now that the blue wave has turned orange, a suggestion to go short. That's okay. That's all to me that means. I mean, I don't hover over it. I don't, it just visually here it said, okay, a suggestion to go long with the B flag. And then the wave is blue. And now it's starting to turn down. Wave turns orange, a suggestion to go short. So I don't really know what else you need to know, to be honest. It doesn't mean, well, okay, I sort of see. So you're saying that if you're short here, you're S, and then you see the buy flag. Well, sure, it's telling you that, now maybe the trend has changed. So if you were in fact short here, you better start watching because there's, I mean, use this as an example. You're now getting a buy flag. I mean, you might start to think about covering. Yeah, I mean, because it's suggesting to go long. I mean, that's all it is. I don't, now I understand. I doubt 100% that they're going to say, okay, they're going to put a C here for a cover that particular short you might have been in. I doubt very much that they'll do that. Just to let you know, okay. To me, it's just saying, okay, you got to be here. You can go long if you wanted to, if you thought it was good. But now that you get the S here, obviously you get out. You like I do. You get out of your trade if you think that this is going to be a dramatic turn. You get out, and maybe you short it if you want to, or it's just telling you that the trend is starting to turn, and now maybe it's turning again. I mean, that's really, I think it's just, I don't think you have to overcomplicate it. When I say you, I'm not just talking to you, IQ. I mean, others might have the same feeling. I never really thought of it that way. that, okay, now you want me to get out of the trade, so this should be a C or, you know, it to me is just visual, it's, without getting too in the weeds on it. Understand, it's just a suggestion, right? I mean, it's not I wouldn't get too, take every time you see a buy flag, you just automatically take the trade. In this case, of course, it would have worked, but sometimes it can be very choppy. You get a buy flag, sell flag, buy flag, sell flag, in very, very, very close. You see, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is not. And if I see a sell flag, and if I were in this one, not because I saw a buy flag here, but just because I like, I saw it here, saw the trade here, and I'm in this one now. The minute I see a sell flag, I start to wonder, okay, is the trend really over? Look at the sell flag, and it was very, very narrow. The wave was very narrow. That wouldn't have got me out of my entire position. I wouldn't be looking at going, okay, I better cover everything or sell everything and get out and now go short. It's just telling me, you know what? Trend might be starting to change a bit. That's all it's telling me. And then, so unless I saw a big wide wave, I'd still be in this trade. And then, and it really wasn't that big a deal, if that makes sense. This is a good example, in my opinion, because immediately afterwards there was a buy flag. Does that make sense, IQ? Does that make sense? Let's take a look at Zeta. I bet you that the Zeta, which I was in earlier, of course. So this is a good example. Okay, so in, holding, 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 holding. Now you get a sell flag. Now, so if you're in long here and you see the sell flag and you haven't got out of anything at all, now you start to think to yourself, maybe the trend's starting to turn. And then when you start to see this, now that's when I say to myself, okay, I'm going to get out of my position because the trend looks like it's changing. Now, didn't know it was going to keep doing this necessarily. If we knew it was going to do this all the time, it'd be simple to trade. I don't mean just this stock, but trading in general. But it's just trying to warn you, you know what? The trend might be starting to change on you. So be cautious. All right, guys. Well, actually, I made it to 2 o'clock. So I will hang around. If there are questions, I will hang around. Oh, a couple of minutes. I mean, I can stick around for a long time if there are questions. I don't have to go, but if there are no questions, I will. Man, this is one. Shoot, that's a big shoot. Had the alert at 14:50. I didn't take it. Um, Stretch my feet. I know. I know you. I know you had to mean legs. I have no problem sticking around for questions. I mean, I wish we had more questions all day long. But we'll start to wrap up. Where is it's right here. If you look at the chart, trade wave report. You click on that. This is on the, I guess on the, so here's your trade wave report on the long side. And I just have to figure out how to get rid of this without shutting down my, I think I have to, yeah, I have to do something like this. No. Oh, I have to click on it. It's a toggle on and off. It's something I don't look at. Okay. I'm not saying don't look at it. I mean, it's there. So if you, it's just basically showing you, I guess, the previous longs, how they did afterwards. But the trick is to get rid of it because you see, I can't see the top of that. I can't see the top of it. I keep clicking on the X, which gets rid of my chart. So I have to elongate this so I can see the trade wave report at the top here. Well, I'm not sure if I scroll up. I'm not sure that works, or maybe it does. It doesn't work for me. I have to. I can't see the top of it. Well, I don't know how to scroll up here. Then I must be. I don't know how to scroll up. I can make it bigger, and then I see it. But anyway, I don't use it, so it's not a big deal to me that that's what happens. Because as I say, I'm not really using it for the buy and the sell flags. I'm just using it to follow the wave. All right, guys. Well, it is now 2:02. So if there are no more questions, first, thank everybody for all the help all day long, as usual. Much appreciated. For those of you in YouTube, the main room will be open until 3:45-ish. William will keep the room open. So what I'll do is I think the link is working now. So if you click on my homepage link, I know my homepage link is working, but you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down, and I think this is working now, okay, to get into the trading room. So you can do that. I do have to shut YouTube down. So the room tomorrow will open. The main room will open at quarter to seven. Sorry, Obi, quarter to seven. I'll open the YouTube room around 8:30 and get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now in the main room. I will keep the screen up, and I'll put it in surf mode.